Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. I'm your host, Jacob. Welcome to Feedback Friday, Art Edition. Hello, welcome to the stream. Today we are drawing art, as expected. And let's take a look at our subject, shall we? So, Cerulean Skyport is out. And wanted to celebrate that by working on something that you could enjoy there eventually. And I would like your help to create it. So let's take a look here. So it is on the heels of the floating islands as an area and includes the ability to kind of like see your dirigible there. So thought it'd be kind of cool if we maybe made some kind of dirigible cosmetic that you could acquire in the Skyport. Uh, Not sure what I want it to look like, but that's kind of why I wanted to do it on stream. So, let's see if we have any good ideas now that it's out and you can go and kind of hunt around in there, get a feel for the vibe. Um, I was thinking of kind of making it related to the docks themselves, but I don't know if we want it to be too scrappy looking, if we want it more uh like sky chrome or whatever, right? Could go all over the place. Let me just import a bigger background for this. Let's see. Maybe this one? Yeah, that's a bit bigger. Trader themed, pirate themed, privateer themed. Exactly. What do we want to do? Yeah, I mean, we had a lot of fun with the Skyport, like themes, design, all kinds of stuff. There was so many kind of like great team kind of influencing it. Um, let's shrink this down. Too small. Almost there. All right. So now it is a noisy background where it's displayed in the HUD. It's a little hard to see your dirigible sometimes. Uh, so that's kind of, I don't know if we want to make something that will work in that corner better, but I don't know. Let's see. Haven't actually looked into this file in ages. Okay. I think we have a few. Okay, here we go. This is the base copy. Got it. All right. Ooh, canister for the balloon. Okay, now we're thinking. All right, let's see what we got. Which Chrome base today? Question mark. Uh, da, 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 da. Will be the different uh, between regular Chrome and Sky Chrome. Well, the Sky Chrome is like pilfered and all dinged up. All right. Yes, this cosmetic would flow backwards to the floating island. So, upon earning this, if you were traveling and using it, going to the floating islands, you would have your dirigible using this cosmetic. Absolutely. All right. So I think what I'll do is I'll put a light kind of fade over the background, but still allow us to kind of like embrace it. Um, okay, and I'll have this. Well, You know what? Let's start by just creating a sketch. Incorporating elements from each of the 9 extended areas. That's an interesting choice. So like Tribal Isles, Fiery Warpath, Living Garden, Fort Rocks, Queso, Geyser, Zokor, Machu Picchu, Floating Islands, and Table of Contents. Um, hmm. Could be a lot to shove into it, but hey, we got 3 pieces, maybe 3 each. I do like the idea of the canister for the balloon. Like there are kind of like 3 main resources, so maybe it could be that. It could be like um, the like canister for the balloon, unrefined cloudstone, either for like the hull or sails, and cerulean chrome ingots, or I guess dirigible debris would be. No, I'm thinking of the Aurora Spice. That's what I'm thinking of. Aurora Spice would be, I guess, the third, and then it could have like chrome tying it together. Maybe I don't know. Maybe it just incorporates all of those elements at once. Because I feel like the dirigible debris is definitely something that could kind of work for the whole thing. Same with the chrome if we want it. Okay. So let's drop that down. Maybe I'll increase this for now. And we'll get, actually, I have this general sketch that I'll start with. Scrap hull canister balloon. Okay. So I like the canister. Let's start with something about that. So wow, that sketch is really faded. All right. I feel like we have a canister looking balloon already. I can't think of what one it is, but it seems like that's something that's kind of familiar somehow. I mean, it definitely end up looking different from what I'll create, but for some reason I feel like there's like a barrel looking one. Maybe it's there's like a train one or something like that. Perhaps I'm thinking of. We could do like a rounded cap. This looks like a sideways droid now. There were multiple instances where it was kind of like that canister is looking a little too droid like. Maybe we should tweak it. The gloomy galleon. Oh, maybe. Curious to look at it now because I gloomy. Oh yeah, yep. The like top of the HUD. Thank you, Michelle. All right, let's see. Okay, so I don't want it to look droid-like. Okay, and I think I'd be down with using like some of the scraps on this. Maybe the back is the rounded side if we want it. Maybe I should just avoid putting a dome on the side that has a dome. Okay. Oh, actually, I should get time-lapse recording so that we can enjoy seeing this come together at the end. All right, so maybe I'll just, because I want the pipes on it. And again, I think there is another dirigible that has pipes on it. I have these vague ideas of seeing these, but I can't picture them. The shapes and concepts I can recall, but all right, let's see. I think for floating island aesthetic, having things be asymmetrical and kind of like cobbled together. It's kind of part of the aesthetic. All right, let's see. I mean, the whole thing could be like a big dome of gas. Can it float on a cloud of chrome dust? Maybe. A soundless Jacob? Oh yeah, no, my audio is probably all wonky just because it never is consistent, I guess. Every time I open my streaming app, something changes randomly. At least that's consistent, I guess. Okay, so I think we always need to cover certain areas with the dirigible parts so that all the pieces will kind of papered all together correctly. All right. Hmm. Oh, I didn't update my work status to let people know that I was streaming. Whoops. There we go. Okay. So that's a pretty gnarly looking canister. I don't know if we want to go that gnarly. Like, do we want it to look scrappy? Or do we want to kind of make it more refined? What kind of like tier do we like the idea of? Because it's something you earn at the Skyport, I believe. I actually don't know how you get this yet. Interestingly enough, it was kind of an asset that's been on my to-do list, and every time, I was like, oh, I want to save this for the stream because I like having, you know, players have the input on these kinds of projects. Uh, but then anytime I was like, okay, I'll do it for that stream, I'd end up kind of like having a different assignment take priority over it. So it just kind of kept getting pushed back. Uh, but here we are finally. All right. Kind of want it to look like a balloon shape with canister trappings. We can absolutely do that. Okay, so let's try keeping more of the original balloon shape. My brush feels kind of like off today. It's like heavier than usual. Yeah. Oh well. All right. So get kind of the basic dirigible shape, right? Dirigible. But then having canister trappings on it. So could have like the hosing. So it'll be interesting to see how this interacts with other dirigible parts. Ah, plunder loot bag balloon. We could use some of that like aesthetic, the kind of like starry fabric. Okay. Let's see. Could actually even use kind of the signage shape. Not that I know what I would want to do with that, but like the merchant kind of look to it. I mean, if all the merchants have this kind of setup, it would make sense that a dirigible coming from this space would use a similar kind of design. So let's do that, because I feel like that makes sense. But instead of your kind of like business name here, um, we'll have something else. So like maybe the balloon itself is using that kind of like fabric, and then Yeah, something feels off with my pen today. Very strange. Let's see. Pen pressure settings. Looks like how it's normally set up. Let's try that. Sure. Yeah, see, that feels better. I don't know, those curves were off. Okay. Well, that's a little too sensitive there, actually. Let's see. Um, Honestly, maybe I should actually go like fully linear. Okay, I think I want a little more sensitivity on the low end. Whoa, that's not what I want. Okay, that's not bad. We'll go with that. Oh, the tournament is on. Okay. Ba-doop. All right. Getting my queso geyser intel up. Slowly but surely. Alright, so, kind of like, do we want some, like, scrap, dirigible scrap kind of plates and stuff on this thing? Okay, so I think if I this and kind of make it the atmospherium. Globe here, or dome. Yeah, the Luton area does not blend too well, potentially. I'm sure we can make it work. Okay. So get that going there. Now, if we have like this big kind of sign area, it kind of is almost asking for us to put something on that. But don't really want to. Or at least I don't know what should go there. What it could be is this area is that like fabric. Right? And then this outer part is more of the like skydock kind of plating and canister look to it. Would it be better to make a dirigible set for each loot type and then the players are the ones stylizing the different loot types together? Maybe. That may be the way to go. I mean, it's more assets to create, right? And like add in, but I'm not like against it necessarily. Like it would be kind of cool to have each of the different kind of materials, and then you could make a fully chromed out ship, or it's a bit of gas sail, and yeah, I don't know. Would be kind of cool to make it that style though. Okay. Hmm. I mean, if we did do it that way, we could have the whole like thing on the side, right? Tricky, tricky. Cannons on the sides of the hull. That could be fun. Okay. What the? Why is my hotkey not working? I feel like my... something's off with Clip Studio at this moment. Okay, that hotkey works. Wait a second. No, that hotkey is wrong. What in the world? I feel like my workspace has changed somehow. Let's try a reload. I'm worried. Okay. No, that's not right. What that's hotkey is supposed to... Wait, control. Why is control... It's like acting as if control is being held down. No. So that alt key is now working. Why is the left alt key doing what it's supposed to do, not the right? So strange. All right. I guess I'll just have to deal with this and see if I can fix this later. Okay, there's a lot of amazing customization you can do in Clip Studio. Why are you acting like I'm holding down control? This is very frustrating. Okay, so that alt key is totally betraying me. Why? I feel like it's like a keyboard issue at this point. My goodness. All right. Chrome ingots atop the hull. I feel like we'll probably have it cost some chrome ingots, so it's probably safe to include those. But no guarantee on what actually is going into earning this. Maybe you only find the parts. Okay, well, whatever. Oh, pff. Well, now it worked. Nope, it stopped. Maybe I just need to, like, clean out my keyboard. Why? I'm getting frustrated. Okay, either way. It worked for like a couple of seconds. That's so strange. So I went into shortcut settings, closed that. Okay, it wasn't because of that. Just checking. All right, we're moving on. It's enough kind of, you know, technical issues making what is happening. Okay. No, we're fine. We're fine. I'm just gonna ignore the things that are wonking out. Everything's fine here. How are you? It does look like Bullet Bill. Yeah. That's why I kind of am trying to tweak that a bit. Not the goal. Okay. Have you tried unplugging the keyboard and plugging it back in? Follow me for more tech tips. I mean, that is definitely like the number one tech tip, isn't it? It's effective. Almost as good as smacking it and blowing into the cartridge. Ah, okay. It's fine. It's fine. I'll deal with it. Okay, so I don't hate this. I kind of want to have like a nozzle on the front, or not a nozzle, but like a this might interfere with some of the sails, but we'll see. A spigot? Not a spigot. Crank? A valve? Okay, so if this is kind of sloping like that, what we can do is have this ellipse a little more over there. And that kind of goes up before going in. little bit like that. Well, the hockey worked once. It's such like yeah. I think that alt key is dying maybe? No, but wait, it like works every time I do that. Okay, it just thinks that I'm holding control when I use that alt key. So maybe something is shorting it. I'll deal with that later. But it's funny because yeah, it's such kind of like a built-in hotkey kind of press that I don't even think about it uh, when I go to use it. Oh, didn't mean to switch colors. Okay, that's feeling a little bit more like a gas canister. Yeah, I think we do want to avoid doing anything to, you know, using other big IPs for ourselves. Can be fun to do cute references, but we tread with, you know, caution where needed. Not that I think Nintendo would come after me if I did a, you know, a nod at Bullet Bill. I mean, I'm like tempted to turn one of our traps into a chain chomp or something like a chain chomp. All right. Oh, a few more teams joined that tournament. When I joined, there was only 5 of us. How many we got? Yep, 159 apparently. Is there 2 of them? Interesting. Hmm. Okay, well, yeah, chain chomp. That's the one. All right. So this, I think I'll kind of pull that in more. Now that might mess up some balloons or sails or hull or whatever. So I might need to have that come out further. But then that spout, I think, is probably the valve, whatever. I'm gonna get rid of that, I guess. mean, what I could do is put it at a weird angle. Let's move all that out. Make sure it's covering what it needs to. Yeah, so if I did something like this, I mean, technically what I should do is put the valve on the side of it right here and just kind of match what's going on with the merchants, right? But I could potentially put it there. It's a little different from all the other things we're referencing. And okay, let's see, tweak that. Who's messaging me? Okay. This kind of slopes up. Flatten that, curve that in. Ah, every time I go to use my hotkey, every single time. Yeah, now see how it's like changing the size of my brush? Normally that's the color picker. So for whatever reason, Alt is definitely firing off multiple inputs. Shift is fine. Control is maybe. Yeah, I mean. That's annoying. If I need to, I will rebind all my hotkeys to account for my keyboard doing whatever it's doing. But I feel like it's a temporary issue. Okay, try and just clean this up a little bit. Super wonky angles. I mean, who knows? Maybe I need to restart my drawing app. Could be something weird like that. I've had that happen a few times where things just go a bit catawonky and just reopening the program seemed to fix it. So, and it's usually to do with like pen sensitivity actually. I just didn't want to have to do that on stream. But something about it does feel off. So, I don't know. Maybe I'll do that. Yeah, this hotkey thing definitely seems like it's the keyboard doing it. So canister, schmanister, I think we can kind of use that. Oh, these ellipses are terrible. Um, but like, I kind of want to move on to the other parts to kind of figure out what's going on with those, because I think that will ultimately inform how we handle the canister. Rather kind of work on getting everything up to the same level before going too much further with any of the details. Okay, so how do we want to do the hull and the sails? Any input on that? If I recall, I think the balloon is the topmost layer, and then the sails, and then, oh, I guess the order would be, yeah. So it's balloon, hull, sails. The front sail could be the sound barrier being broken, like an air wake or a cloud ring. That's really cool. Mm, the back tail fin flames. I don't know if flames feels right for this area, because I do want it to be themed to the Cerulean Skyport, right? Like that's kind of like, this is how we get it, is somehow at the docks, or not the docks necessarily, but like somehow in the Skyport. Hull overflowing with Aurora spice. That could be nice. Like, I mean, the easy way would be to actually like use, well, I guess they were rendered separately, but like kind of emulate the trading ships. But when I was first designing those, I kind of proposed the idea of like building it where the parts could be used as your dirigible cosmetics, and everyone seemed to kind of want to have it be more HUD focused, where it's like rendered to be in the HUD at like a kind of different angle. Um, so not quite, but I think I'll take inspiration from it. I think, okay, so we could do um, Chrome stuff. We could do, what could we do? The spice kind of piled up is neat. It'll look pretty. Make that a bit smoother. Kind of like it a bit front heavy feeling. Dirigible debris hull with cannons. Yeah, I think, yeah, like making it look scrappy is on the like on brand, right? Um, because like if you investigate the Skyport, it's very much cobbled together out of, you know, whatever they could staple down and kind of, you know, rip off of destroyed dirigibles from the dirigible wars or whatnot. So I kind of like the idea of it being very scrappy. Um, Matching tube along the hull, maybe a bit smaller, perhaps? Yeah. Yeah, I want to ship from the skyport. Exactly. Like this is the plan is it's exclusive to the Cerulean skyport. You have to earn it somehow at this location. How? I do not know. I could not tell you. Sure, we have ideas, but what we'll ultimately end up using, I do not know. Okay, so I think I need to get a part of it to that tip because that's where um, sales connect for the other designs we'll combine this with. Um, Plunder bags. Like I do like it being made out of kind of like the broken catwalk almost, and just kind of like the girders. Yeah, the airships in the HUD, so like the merchant ships already have the materials fairly well covered. So maybe you just need to add junk or chrome to differentiate it. Yeah. Now, do we want to junk bucket it up, or do we want to like chrome that ride? Right? Like again, I want to give you all the steering wheel for this. So I'm just kind of the driver. You tell me where to go, kind of thing. And maybe it'll change how you earn it. I don't know. Um, but yeah, do we want it to be blinged up, chromy, or more just kind of scrappy skyport? I like the idea of it being all scrappy, but I'm happy to go in any direction. Hull floating on a cerulean cloud, a chrome cloud. Interesting. Make it scrappy, but fancy. Let's just do everything. You're right. We can always do everything. Is it easy? No. But I'm sure we can try. I do like the idea of it like being in a cloud. That's a little different. We could play with that. Let's see. I guess I can just. I don't know if this will kind of play well ultimately with what I want to be doing with all the dirigible stuff, but we'll see. It might work. Like, if it's kind of got this atmospherium gas happening, maybe it's kind of leaking it out. And that's why it's surrounding the hull there. Yeah, polished scrap. Exactly that. Mm, more likely to use a chrome ride than a junk ride, says Dallas. Fair, fair, fair. Just because it's scrappy doesn't mean they didn't get parts from luxury pieces. Yeah, Ron's has already got the chrome thing going. Do we have what parts do we currently have? I feel like there's okay. Yeah, we did a chrome cutter one, right? So I don't want to go that direction. We also have the armillary, um, which is like pretty freaking cool, right? So I mean, I feel like chrome is fairly covered, right? Uh, yeah, cloud around the hull. Hmm. Now I'm just playing with my own ship. Yeah, the artillery actually has a bit of the cloud going on with it already. So we could do that. But yeah, I think okay, with there being like two chrome dirigible skins already out there, I'm thinking let's go much more skyport, like the the gangways, the stapled and bolted and welded and shredded metal. Uh, I don't know. I think that's fun. Like basically, head cannon. Um, the Skyport used to be like a dirigible factory, and it has basically been, you know, ransacked and really messed up by pirates. And it is kind of like trying to make do and recover itself, but it had to rebuild like everything out of just scraps because the whole thing is being basically destroyed. All right. Want proper balloon with just hints of atmospheric gas rather than looking like an actual canister. But a junk ship with chrome highlights has its appeal too. Exactly. Skyport is droids making a stairway to heaven. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, I think I do want to scrapify. But like again, elegant scrapify. Right? I'm sure we can make it look pretty sweet. This is something we want to kind of earn, collect, or whatever we do, right? So we'll make it nice. But I do want it to feel like when you look at it, you're like, oh, that's from the Skyport. For sure. Oh, yeah, bud. Yeah, I think like this being full of Aurora spice could be nice. And like we could have chrome trim here and there for sure. Okay, I don't want to go too far back with that, I don't think. Shabby chic. Ooh, do we have any dirigibles with an elaborate figurehead? I don't think we do. Um, is there like a Lunar New Year one with let's see. No, it had like an animal riding in it and like lanterns hanging off of it. There is the one Lunar New Year named itself that has like a dragon head. That's what I was thinking. Yeah. But then I really like the ones where it's like the ox or the tiger just kind of riding on the inside of it. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Got a little buddy. All right. we could maybe put cannon-like things on it, but nah. Let's not do that yet. We don't have a lot of like curves, so maybe I won't use that. Still trying to tackle this from like further back, right? Get like general shapes, the silhouette, the kind of vibe. They're going too crazy with details. Okay, if the bottom side is like exposed, that'd be kind of interesting. Or it's like the raw hull metal underneath or something. Almost like it's like not completed or something. I don't know. Is fully operational dirigible. Let's see. Giant cannonball hole in the sails. It's been in a fight with. I kind of like that. Yeah, like the ship isn't a pushover. Like it can take a hit. Actually, on that note, I'm gonna put like a ding in this. Like it took a cannonball hit here. Battle damaged. Totally. Okay. I'm starting to like this. Getting somewhere with it. Hole was probably there when the ship was built by the looks of it. Yeah, just like, yeah, let's keep this. This is kind of a cool feature. It's like when I'm working with leather, um, I'll kind of like be cutting out my pieces and be like, wow, this is like an interesting kind of texture and scar and wrinkle here that I can kind of like use, feature it in a way. Actually, okay, so for this, instead of like the ropes and stuff, the lashing, I kind of like the idea of using the like girders. So we'll do like 2 girders, I think. Just straight up. Should have probably done that on a different layer, but oh well. Or maybe move this railing so it's not interfering. Yeah, I think the railing's interfering. Okay, so these will need to go up into the hull so that when the other dirigibles are kind of stacked over it, it'll actually kind of like look like it's connecting to those, even if they have a different shape. All right, so we'll get that dust kind of obscuring the base of this one. Yeah, it looks kind of heavy duty. You got some like unrefined cloudstone in here too. Kind of like it looking like you're loaded up with stuff. Like you're a merchant yourself. Okay, and then I kind of actually want like a plate just kind of almost hanging off of it intentionally. It's landing gear. Think about it. Okay, I'm gonna hide the clouds for a minute. while I kind of figure out what's going on behind them. Okay, so I feel like we might do a pretty good stream today. We are a little after 12. I'll go till 1 and take a lunch break. And if I have the energy, which I'm feeling it today, I think we'll be able to get quite a bit done. Um, I'll take an hour lunch break and we'll return to continue. But still working at this for another like 40 minutes before that, so don't worry about it. Maybe we'll get it done before then. That'd be insane, and I doubt it. But some days art just happens. Yeah, considering we're still just in the sketching, I don't think that's possible. Uh, but I am enjoying this. I think we'll be able to make something pretty cool. Just ultimately, you need to find the look of it, but we're figuring stuff out at least. Okay, again, I like the cobbled together feeling of this. So the word cobbled together, it kind of implies that you work with what you can, and it's kind of a little haphazard, made out of things that maybe weren't intended. Um, but then there's cobblers, who are like people who repair shoes. What one kind of like came first? And then like, what's the implication for cobblers? Like, are they craftspeople who basically take like totally unrepairable shoes and footwear and they cobble together some kind of insane way to fix it? Like, I don't know. Why is that name like that? Did cobblers use like weird, just totally kind of unexpected materials to cobble a shoe back together? Is that why? Does it like imply something that was kind of like fixed or built, where it's almost like an unexpected creation using like strange methods, or is it more kind of scrappy? Like, if to me it feels scrappy. Cobblestone. Maybe that's where. Some days art just happens. It's a good quote, yeah. I don't know, a lot of days art feels like it's a battle. Uh we fight sometimes. But today I think we'll go pretty good. Yes, sometimes art happens. Okay. We'll see. All right, bring the cloud back. kind of neat with it like spewing out the front like this. Like it's kind of creating a bed of cloud to move upon. Hmm. All right. So it's kind of exhuming the cloud vapor. Interesting. It's kind of cool. And then we'll get the Aurora Spice. Kind of look up here, perhaps. And then unrefined cloudstone. Okay, that sketch is a little heavy. Okay, I don't hate it. So the sails, those are the very bottom. Let's put these into groups. Balloon. Sound my horn. Hull, and then sails. Sugar, spice, and everything chroma nice. Okay, so let's do sketch for the sails. All right. General outline. Now, I like the idea of there being like a cannonball hole in at least one of the sails. So I think what we might want is the kind of like dark starry fabric going on because it looks really cool. But I was also thinking, like, what if it's like giant sheet metal, right? Like a big plate of sheet metal would make for a pretty good sail. Perhaps. Maybe it'd be a terrible one, but I feel like it could do some sail like things. Okay, and then I think there could be like if that was see-through there. Turn that off. Right, so this is solid. Maybe this would be a little plate holding that together too. Ooh, I kind of like the idea there being like winches and things kind of built into it. That'd be kind of cool. Don't think I have enough room there. I could maybe move this here. And if it's not like ropes taut, it's actually just kind of like structurally attaching itself. Like maybe it's more like pneumatic. Okay, and this goes under the hull. Good. I think I'll shorten that a bit. Yeah, so it's like a big kind of manipulator arm looking thing. I think that'd be kind of cool if it looks more like moving parts. maybe something like that could work. Scaffolding and scraps of fabric is a great idea too. Yeah, because again, we could go with like the cool night motif fabric, which looks great. Or, plates of metal, which also is pretty fun. Maybe we can manage both though. Again, I don't want it to feel too cobbled and like janky, you know. So maybe we'll figure out the cannon hole after I kind of make some nice looking sails. Could also have some of the like atmospherium gas kind of pipes on it. Maybe it's getting too cobbled, too cobbly. Yeah, I don't know if I like that. It's weird. Okay, I have a different idea for the back portion at least. I like the front. What if it felt a little more delicate? Fin comes back. It's more like the scaffolding. Extends it back. Maybe. Maybe I use the same technique that the hull is attached with. Get some girders. Can just mask that off temporarily so I can see the balloon better. Okay, and then it's fighting. It's happening. The art is saying, no, not quite. Keep trying. That ain't it. Now, why did I like it for the sail on the front, but not on the back? Maybe it's just the details weren't really figured out enough. It is a very big rudder. I mean, a lot of them have massive rudders, is the thing. I mean, maybe if I go smaller on the bottom half. Yeah, I think it just needed more kind of intentional details. And yeah, it was feeling unbalanced. This feels at least a little bit more balanced. Okay. And then again, like dings and dents in it would be pretty good with like some gouges from pirate battles. This one definitely is taking some hits. Like it's a rudder, but all or like a sail, but maybe it's also kind of like a bit of shielding up there. All right. That's feeling pretty cobbled together, but like with this nice drape of fabric, the precious cargo, the atmospherium like piping around it. I kind of want this to have something too, almost. Oh wait, no, I do not want to apply that yet. Yeah. All right. So we got 15 minutes, a little less. I think I'm pretty good with going in this direction, which means that I think we can start blocking in the silhouettes and kind of flats. Ooh, to then go on lunch and kind of have fresh eyes coming back to this and really get like a good, you know, ability to kind of like tune and tweak it as we feel. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put this all into sketch layer. And I probably put it at the bottom, didn't it? Mm. Yeah, I'll just put that in a folder. Okay, so got my sketch. Turn that down to about 30%. And we're going to do multiple folders actually because we need these separated out. So we'll do 2, 3 sails on the bottom, fall in the middle, and balloon at the top. Okay, so we're going to grab kind of like cerulean skyport gray blue. Might as well just start with the sails. So the spice is interesting. It is kind of like more like sand, but it has an aurora like effect. But like it's also collected in the atmosphere. So you explain that to me. Oh, Alt key, please. Might as well do this in different layers while we're at it. No sense in doing like a perfect flat fill and then have to kind of like build the layers out of that. So do a layer under this. Ah, okay, my color picker is not working because of the Alt key. Fantastic. Also, I'm going to do a save because that's something that I should do. And we'll go lighter color than this. Here we go. Need to be able to see what I'm doing. Okay, I think I'm actually going to lower the sketch down a bit more. Chess update, hey? Wonder how that game is going. More patchwork than the old MouseHunt computer code. Okay. Let's look at the whole that. Now, I don't think we need to get that far into the balloon with the rigging, but might as well. Doesn't hurt. Okay, so that's the front sail. Cobbled balloon sky surfer. There, we got 5 minutes. I like that front sail. Let's do another layer for the one in the back. Okay, got some more girders going on there. It's like rebar sticking out of it. Okay, now switch to this brush. Try and block in before break. Okay, I might need a third layer for below. Having it kind of sandwich the girders kind of idea. Could look nice. A little more three-dimensional. I mean, there's definitely going to be more than just 3 layers, honestly. going to be a few parts. Alright, let's do another layer. Alright. Lunch o'clock. So let's flip that back and give it a save, and then we can go on a little lunch breakaroo. Pop that over there. Not quite right. There we go. And then let's bring up the time lapse. Also the timer. Put it to 59 minutes. Alright. Time lapse. Export. Move it to where we can enjoy it. Alright. I'll be back in 58 minutes. See you then. Hello, we're back. Back from the break. Alright, lunch has been done. There we go, alarm went off. Alright. So, just let this play out while I grab the Larry link. And paste that into the chat. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I definitely agree with you. The art for Captain Crook is very impressive. Liz did that one. It's very, very good. And yes, the connective trusses are going to be behind the balloon. So it's balloon, sails, hull is kind of the layer order. That way everything can kind of like overlap comfortably. And yeah, no problem. Enjoy your dirigible debris, of which we are drawing much. There we go. Okay, so still in the blocking in phase, but I'm pretty happy with the dimensions and the kind of shapes. So we'll just keep on this course, and so we got the sails pretty good. Maybe I'll end up kind of like adding another, bunch of details onto it. But let's block in the hull next. And I think we're going to have to kind of play with the lighting and colors and stuff to make sure that this reads well on basically all the different backgrounds we can find it. So it can be in the floating islands, in the Sky Palace, in Cerulean Skyport. The Skyport, I think, is probably the most noisy backdrop for it at the moment. So it's kind of hard to get a good test on that. But I think it should be pretty easy to kind of get the contrast where it needs to be, at least. I think I'll kind of give it the Skyport lighting effect, where it's kind of underlit with the warm light. It may not look right with the other balloons because of it, but it should be cool at least. I think I want to go like darker and warmer for the hull area. Like here. Oop. Kind of just block that in. Okay. I think the balloon itself is probably going to set some of the kind of, contrast ideas, like the value structure. So I'm a little tempted to jump to the balloon before I finish the hull. Mm. Oh, good point. Yeah, so this is something that design-wise, the balloons and sails and all that are kind of intended to like work together, right? The uh, armillary sphere is one of the challenging ones, but we can definitely import it in and test to see. Because I think if that's the hardest one to get to work, if we can make that work, then we're good. So let's actually bring that in now. That would be under events. Okay, yeah. So the girders do not currently line up, but I think we can make that work. Kind of want to look through some of the dirigibles and see what ones also might be challenging to work with. Most of them should be good because they're solid. Can we think of any others that might be? Because I don't have them all. And I don't have, well, actually, maybe the wiki would be useful for this. Airship cosmetics. Alright. Astral balloon. Yeah, that one's filled. Sky flower is probably good. Yep. It's one I was using for a while, actually. Glistening galleon. See, I don't know the names of these, so I'm like, what is that one? Gilded. Yep. Yeah, like honestly, it might have been wise to like put like cloud backing behind or inside the sphere, just because I haven't tested this one on the other. Oop, I closed that. Cosmetics. I love the look of it, but yeah, so far it's kind of the only one that is empty. So it kind of defies the rules we have, and there's a good chance it actually doesn't play nice with other sails. Factory airship, maybe? Nope. That one's solid. Yeah, I think they're all solid. Unless I'm missing one. Ghostly. Solid. Okay, well. Valorous. What's that one? Oh, yeah. That's the one I was trying to think of. I'm like, I feel like there's one. This one might work pretty easily, though. Let's see if I can find that. Where? Oh, where? Oh, it's in the floating islands. Balloon full res. There we go. Yeah, so there's like a lot that covers spots intentionally, right? So this one, it's maybe a little bit crunchy there and there. But I think as long as I kind of tune it to work with this, just kind of cutting the girder short in both those spots, I think we'll be okay. And I could move these two to kind of make it work a little easier. But yeah, there might be some small gaps with the other sails and hulls, but I think Liz probably managed to test a bunch of them, and it's probably fine. She's usually very good about that, so. well, let's continue where we were. But yeah, I think I am gonna jump up to the balloon and work on filling this in. That Alt key is the bane of my existence at this moment, because all my hotkeys use that. So many of them use that Alt key specifically, because I'm a left-handed artist. I know it doesn't look like that, but mirrored. And so my right hand is on the keyboard, and instead of having my left hand on the keyboard, which is a lot of people's kind of, because of the handedness, um, I'm using my hand on like the right side of the keyboard, so like the Shift, Alt, Control, Spacebar, right hand, so it's on the right side. So I use the right Alt, and for whatever reason, that thing is kind of broken at this second. It's acting like I'm hitting Control at the same time, so it's making half of my hotkeys not work. The half that I use constantly, like flipping my screen, grabbing a color swatch, all that good stuff. Okay, I can do a smooth erase here. Get like a more gentle curve at least. Not that I want it to be perfect, I actually want it to be a little bit janky. Okay, and then we'll go above. Okay. And then we'll do another layer on top of that. Yeah, I mean, we're in like the top third right now for the tournament. Rank 41. Out of what, 150? Or is it maybe because, yeah, there's 159 teams involved, so maybe we can make competitor. I mean, it's just 2 people, so not the ideal hunting strat. But hey, got some more points. All right. One place behind? All right. Well, good luck, Dallas. See how it goes. Okay. Oh, actually, I should up my cheese game right now. Here we go. 5 hunts left. Yes, disarm my bait after. I don't want to waste it. Good, good. Okay. Okay. All right. I want to do the plate here. So we'll go kind of this darker. Oh my gosh. All right. Color swatch, please. Alt key is so important. Okay, and so instead of doing like the merchant sign, what I'm thinking is getting the kind of like banner uh, shape and all that, maybe the edge trim, and then using that kind of like star fabric that is very pretty. And I think that will really be good for uh, creating the right amount of kind of like value structure and balance. That horizontal. Make it look nice. Okay, and then I'll do a layer on top, and we're going to use this kind of brassy color. I could use a special ruler tool that like mirrors the paintbrush. And it's pretty fun actually, the symmetrical ruler. But I don't know, like I kind of want it to not be perfect, I guess. But then again, for this part, it might look best if it is a little more even. So you know what? I'll try it out. I do use it a fair amount. There's some great situations for wanting to use a rule like this. Where am I hiding it? There it is. We'll have 2 lines, boom, and then let's try this again. There we go. So that just reveals how unbalanced it was. That looks nicer. Admittedly. Okay, and then actually I'll even use it here because I might as well make this symmetrical for what it is. I can always break the symmetry in the rendering portion, but the actual like base structure drawing might as well use some sound. Shapes. Those are useful. All right. Clean that up a bit. Boom. Okay. These overlap actually. If I'm looking at how it works on the merchants, these kind of wrap over top. That's fine. Can see just how like different the balloon structure is on each side too, right? My goodness. Okay, I'll even that out. Technically, this is another spot where I could use the symmetrical ruler, but like on the top and bottom. Will I? Probably not. Okay, here we go. A little better. Okay, so I like this getting kind of darker, kind of steel look to it. Let's do that. Okay, so I'm kind of giving it a standard lighting pass right there, but then I think I'll do the kind of under lighting because it's how our lighting works in the skyport, and it's very pretty. Saying how it's perhaps going to be a good art day, but I will say that these keyboard issues or whatever's going on are a little trying. Just because like my flow gets interrupted every time I use my hotkeys, which is constantly. Right? Anytime I'm switching colors or I want to like flip it, and quite a few other hotkey instances, kind of just pulls me out of it for a second. Oh well. There's always got to be some kind of challenge going on in my streams. Usually technical issues. Love those here. Okay, so I want to treat the fabric here. So what I can do is kind of give it like a really dark kind of upper area, and then we'll go kind of into this like mystical purple. And then we can use nice cyan stars kind of thing going on. We can do an add glow for that. Let's try that. I do love me an add glow layer. It's a little magical feeling. Not that the skyport is a particularly magical place. It's a little more kind of punky technology, scrappy, brawly kind of place. But they do love very nice stuff. Valuable treasures, fantastic mystical silk weave. Very high stratosphere delights. The aurora spice must flow. Yeah, exactly. Like a very pretty star fabric kind of juxtaposed on this kind of rickety, like scrapper battle tank. I think that's the vibe, is like the hull is going to be full of gorgeous, beautiful loot. The balloon is going to be draped with this incredible visage of, mystical fabric or something. And then I think the sails, honestly, are like shieldy. I don't know if we're gonna like get something super elegant splashed across it, but maybe we can. We can kind of add as we go, right? I like it though. It's pretty. Okay, so again, I don't need to like get caught up in the details, but sometimes something catches my eye and I'm like, well, let me just quickly address that. Okay, good enough for now. All right, let's keep going on this. So we have a mount cap thingy. Honestly, this is another thing that would benefit from a symmetrical ruler. Wrong layer. This layer, please. Thank you. Symmetrical ruler is kind of OP for certain things. Ellipses especially. Of course, there's also like an ellipse tool, and that's good too. What? Thought I moved on to the proper layer. Apparently, I did not. Looks like a big button. Just want to smack it. Drawing a UFO. Yep, yep, yep. Yeah, we could even add some splotches of like chrome. Okay, I think I want to lower the angle on this. Have it more of a side view. Okay, and same thing here. Very UFO-like right now. Wee, 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 wee. Alright, got that flying saucer on the top. Have I ever put initials on an airship? I don't think that they've made it on there. Not that I can recall. Not that I can recall. Alright, so we're going to do another pipe here. It is time for a dirigible to get initials, apparently. Well, I mean, not time in the drawing portion, but there we go. Thing that can happen. Guess this might as well go behind. Okay. Initials so small they can only be seen at 1,000 times zoom. I don't think we have the pixel resolution to do that. We are currently at, well, actually, this is 800 times 1,600. So technically, I mean, that's not 1,000 times. This is actually only like 16 times technically. But yeah, so we wouldn't have the pixel density. If this was a vector file, sure, could do that. Could zoom in infinitely. But I don't work in the vector. I used to illustrate in vector. It was very tedious and slow. Like, you could do some cool stuff with it. It's great for graphic design, especially because, like, if you have to do printing and product stuff, it's infinitely scalable, right? Which is good for that kind of world. But can't really render nearly as easily as raster images like this, where I'm painting every pixel. I think Clip Studio does a decent job of letting you like paint vector like it's a brush, right? Like I can actually make a vector layer and paint in it, and it's very, very similar looking to how I work right now. Only it's basically math that's kind of, storing what's going on, as opposed to kind of like a grid of pixels that store, whatever color or alpha information on every pixel kind of thing. So technically I could do vector a lot easier than I used to. Like it used to be very tedious. And like you could not get very painterly with it without like having some pretty clever tricks. It was not necessarily worth it. All right, so let me copy this up here. I'm going to move that, and I'm going to shrink it down. That's not it. Honestly, for some things, maybe it would be smart to kind of like use vector layers, but I tend to do mostly illustrative stuff that we don't need it to kind of be infinitely scalable, thankfully. All right, got a valve. Yeah, there's a few trap skins that got GAO and CBS on them now, huh? Still 41st rank. Holding firm there. Holding firm. 2.5 hours remain. Let's see what this full scoreboard looks like. Hey, we're like the top group with only 2 members. The rest have 4, and there's a 3. There's a couple 3s that are pretty high up. But out of the groups, well, wait, maybe I'm wrong. No, out of the groups, we have the highest score for only 2 people. 48th place, Team 11 has a single hunter, and they're not that far behind. Someone's hunting like a monster out there. Your wife wasn't as impressed as you'd hoped for getting your initials on them all. Well, we're all happy. We like them. All right, let's see. What reminds you of Larry? Oh, the hunter who is like crushing it, the solo hunter. That'd be funny if Larry was in the tournaments and ended up winning it. Whoops. Okay. So I kind of blocked in the balloon enough to kind of jump on to finishing the hull because again, like I think that like getting everything at the same level of detail helps with finishing, kind of balancing it, getting everything where it needs to be. So let's do that. All right, so we can get some Aurora Spice going on here. It's going to be a little difficult with this backdrop, though. Mm-hmm. My mom likes them and believes Jacob should illustrate more of my ideas. No bias whatsoever. That's exactly what my mom would say, too. Just like if I were in your shoes, my mom is exactly like that. No bias whatsoever. Okay, let's grab that. Go above the spice. Hello, Charlie. So, I think I've mentioned it before, but we give Charlie like a fluid treatment every 3 days. Oh, I might as well finish the girder first. She's not a fan because it's a subcutaneous injection, so you have to get a needle into kind of like her shoulder pouch fur situation. Um, But she's gotten a lot better about like forgiving me after, because she's already up on my lap and she had it during lunch, so that's nice. Say hello, Charlie. Well, this is probably gonna make you want to run away. She gets like a little camel hump of fluid on her shoulders, which is super weird because it's like basically it goes under the skin and it just kind of like you just fill up a pocket of fluid that she absorbs because her kidneys are not as great as they used to be, so need to make sure she gets enough fluids. And she's a senior, so got a little bit of health issues. It's not bad, and actually, like we do tests on all our pets because they're all a bit older, check their levels and stuff. And like there was a pretty nasty period of time where they were all kind of like not doing so hot, but they've all been doing a lot better since we've kind of like given them diets specifically related to the issues they're having, and it's helped a lot. Like their levels are basically returning to normal ish. Like they'll never get back to kind of like super great levels, but um like her kidney levels are stabilized in a good spot and kind of reduced. So like they're all at a risk, and it's great. But yeah, because of she's like stage 2 kidney disease kind of thing. She like doesn't kind of like process fluids as well as we would like. So we just give her a little supplement to help her out so that she never gets dehydrated. Because even like on her own, she wasn't always the best at like drinking water reliably, and would just randomly be a little more dehydrated. So this is definitely helping her out. Okay, now let's get the sky stone. Tasty, tasty, unrefined, crunchy sky stone. Okay. Nice full haul. I actually do not know how you get to earn this. Um, Unfortunately, I can't inform you, but it's going to be a great one. I'm enjoying making it. Lots of good inspiration from the chat and guidance. This is what we love here. I like to kind of basically, take whatever ideas come my way and try and make them work. And it's a very enjoyable process. Okay. Let's see. How are you all liking the Skyport, by the way? Any like feedback? Curious. I always like watching release days and keeping my eye on the Discord. I had a lot to get done that day too, so I was like, oh no, I want to keep reading. Um, yeah, like I really like the area. I know that we did a lot of kind of like just teamwork on creating what it is. Really, I don't know. I think it's a fun mechanic, and it's a little kind of like, you think it works this way, and then it reveals how it works as you go. But I like it. It's a good time. Levitating up there. Hmm. Yeah, we'll also test out different dirigibles, make sure that things will kind of work together, right? Again, this one's going to be the trickiest, I think, which I think maybe I'll try and address that right now so I don't forget about it. Like if I erase that to there, I think it should play fine with pretty much any other balloon out there. So if I get rid of that there and that there, we're probably pretty safe. And then go back to this one for sure. No issues. Goody, goody. Oh, that's great, Dallas. Kind of a breeze with the strongest setup. You're not wrong. It is designed for players coming out of the floating islands. Like, we went back to kind of, I guess, what is it, Archduke, for it. It's kind of like a little bit of a branch. You know, we were in the folklore forest saga for quite some time, and so we wanted to get back up into the skies. And so we decided instead of it being, going from the floating islands and then you have to like rank a whole bunch to kind of go to the next part of it, we're like, well, let's just continue that. And so yeah, you might have like gear from, other areas that crush here, but like it's also more mechanics kind of flow versus like tough crunchy mice kind of catches. It's more just kind of like get into this rotation and enjoy as opposed to just like tough boss fights. Those can come later. We can kind of like hit you with different styles of play with different areas, right? Like so an area following this, maybe it's going to be more like that. Maybe it's going to be even more mechanical. We'll see. Um, but yeah, it's a different flavor, and personally, like this is kind of my favorite kind of content. Um, I don't know, like I'm enjoying kind of like the style here, and I appreciate all the lovely comments about the art. I think our team just did such an amazing job. Incredible works. Um, yeah, it's actually pretty nice because some of the players that are newer to the game are getting to get into current content with this, right? Like we have a couple of people that I work with that only started playing, you know, not as long as several other people that are currently playing MouseHunt. So they haven't fully caught up on like the folklore forest and stuff. They're like working their way up there, but then this comes out and they're like already in there with us, and it's nice. So I do love that about like going to previous ranks and kind of making more content for everybody. Because like I don't know, like it doesn't always need to be like, oh, end game kind of like points and gold. If it's really fun mechanics and the challenges we put forward are interesting and engaging, like points and gold is like one avenue of reward structure, but like it's kind of you're always generating those, and there's more efficient ways, and if you want to focus on that, power to you. um, but like I think a lot of people like chasing specific rewards, like upgrading a trap or unlocking a hard to get cosmetic or something, right? And those kind of give you great goals. So I like that, even if we do a lower rank area, we can provide those interesting challenges. And yeah, a lot of players are going to blast through stuff like that, um, but they just are powerful. We can't like build content that is purely designed to appease the ultra powerful hunters who are just so good at the game and efficient that like we have to make it painful for everybody else to make it challenging for them, right? um, I think there's other kinds of content that works great for that type of player. and I do want that for them. So it's kind of it's an interesting kind of balancing game that you have to figure out. But I think this one's definitely landing where we want it to. Seen a lot of really good responses about it, um, and more to come. I also just really love the theming of it. It's very fun. What's not to love about like sky pirates and floating bases and all kinds of cool stuff like that, right? Well, I'm glad that you enjoy doing that because it's nice to have company and fresh ideas. Ooh, I will jump on that sky map. Thank you very much. Already upgraded. That's fine. All right. Ooh, over 1,000 points. Rank 39. Where are we at? Where are we at? Let's see. Getting closer. What team are you on, Dallas? Wanna kind of know who I need to beat? I'm in Einherjar. Oh no! Cerulean Crusaders, a team of two, has overtaken us at 28. All right. All right. Well, I mean, the points. Yeah, okay, they have like 400 more points than us, which is a pretty big chunk. All right. Well, we gotta pull ahead. Still the one above us? That's amazing. The UK Musketeers. Okay. Okay. Not bad. Ooh, top 25 or yeah, top 25%. All right, we can keep that. Let's see. Oh, I only have 2 hunts left in the spice district, as it were. Some good value mice here. I think I'm gonna have to bounce back to Cloudstone after this one. We'll see. We'll see. All right. So let's keep painting, I suppose. It's been a long time since I've been in a tournament. I think the last one I was in was like a Great Winter Hunt a few years ago. Um, I've never been good at it. Not ever. Wait, am I gonna have enough intel? No. Darn. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna have enough intel to do Captain Crook. Ah, well. Yeah, if I had quite a bit more intel, I'm only halfway there, I guess, for Queso Geyser. Darn it. But that'd be pretty handy. Mm-hmm. Joined a team that is no longer region exclusive. I mean, it can be quite handy for a team to be a little more global, in fact. If it's like a long tournament, kind of get round the clock hunting potentially. But this one's a short one, so. Alright. This layer should be good. Hotkeys still driving me nuts. Very good, very good. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do it on this layer. Got some LE Champions trophies from back in the day. Very nice. Yeah, time zones are both a benefit and a challenge at times. This is true enough. Okay, we'll do a layer on top of that. Go a little brighter. Basically, we're just gonna keep layering on more Greeble as we go. Greeble, of course, being the little kind of just details, paneling, doohickeys, what's a mahoozits, all the goods. Mm, those three there is fine. All right. Okay, and I think I'll do the layer here. Oh my goodness, this hotkey situation. Losing my mind. It really puts into perspective just how useful I find these hotkeys. Because I don't really like think about using them, right? It's only when you kind of like lose them that you kind of understand what you've lost. All right. Kind of don't like how that lined up. Yeah, I'm going to redo the girder portion here. Okay, and I'll just do that on a different layer. No, it's lining up horribly again. Okay. Let's do... That's fine. Fill that in fact. No, that's just always going to line up awkwardly. So be it. Or I ended a bit short here. which I'm okay with. Okay, I'm just going to merge that down. Okay. Hole underneath. I will do that on another layer just to make it easier. Okay, I might try using a line brush, curve brush, because I kind of want this to bend. Let's go a lot smaller. That's too small. Try 6 pixels. That seems pretty okay. So I kind of got this like meshed grill going on. Nope, nope, nope. Cool. That's fine. Let's do it again. Wow. I don't know what's up, but like my stylus is clicking like a lot. Like something is signaling inputs to my computer in ways that I am not doing. So that's, I don't know what's up. Probably due for a bit of a reboot. Yeah, okay. I like what's going on with this mesh though, this kind of grating. Look at me using specific tools like I should, like a curved line tool for making curved lines. Ultimate tinfoil base. All right. Oh yeah, the platinum tournament base. That legend. The ultimate tinfoil base reward. I think I think it's entirely possible. I drew it years ago. Entirely possible. We'll leave that as just kind of a mystery, an unknown curiosity that I cannot answer. Impossible. Okay, let's see. So this is fine. I'm gonna actually group that into a folder. That way I can just set that to normal mode and clip a layer over top of it. And then I can render to it. Please, hotkeys, please. Can render at it, on it, whatever it. And it'll treat it all as one layer, the whole group. But then I can still go in and like manipulate a line without having to kind of like dodge around the other lines as much. So it's a little more convenient for that kind of work. Mm. Rolled up tinfoil ball with a string attached cat toy trap skin for the ball and chain trap skin when? That's a mouthful. All right. Still 39. Oh, got a treasure map clue though. Let's go. One more hunt in the with the spice trader. Huh? I don't have it. I'm saying I don't know. I don't know. It's exactly what you imagine it would look like is my guess. If I were to assume that it exists, which I do not know. If it does, it would have been something I did so long ago that I don't even know where the file would be. That's what I'm getting at. And honestly, if it was something that I was going to put into the game, I'd be like, we're repainting it. It's not good enough. I'm not happy. Okay, so that is the grill. That's the loot. Let's get another bit of hull going on here. Same idea. This is kind of the underhull. Okay, so I'm just gonna like put some paneling around, and then we're gonna do some like girders connecting things and just kind of making it into a whole structure of some kind. So let's try that. And then we're gonna use atmospherium to kind of like pull it all together, and hopefully that will work how I'm imagining it could. Okay, get like a whole panel here. I don't know if this is working, but we'll try it and then we'll take a step back and we'll see if we want to keep it that way. It's a little luggage with 100 feet action right now. Although I do love that, I don't know if I love it for this. Okay, so let's try, I think I'll lighten this up a little more. Yeah, Captain Crook's worth a lot. I unfortunately will not have enough intel to jump at her. Beach ball trap skin for the ball and chain trap this summer. It would be fitting. In my mind, I'm like, hasn't that already happened? Did we not create that? Feels like something we've already done. Okay. Let's do this on a high enough layer, but also behind things layer. So we'll do maybe here. That's above. There we go. Now I don't want the clouds here to feel very rift-like, and we kind of tread into that territory a little more than I wanted to. So I'm hoping it's not confusing in that regard, because I do feel like we kind of made them a little bit more solid looking than they should be at times. So I want to make sure these feel a little more kind of misty and translucent a little, not completely solid. Now, because there's kind of this hover state that happens with the floating islands, I do want it to feel like it's kind of connected to the trap, or the not the trap, the dirigible itself, so that it doesn't look too odd when it's bobbing up and down with this cloud kind of stuck to it. So it's kind of like cotton candy coating. If I did that, I would have so many other things that I need to sneak in, like the beautiful journal themes that I enjoy. Technically, I have access to the back end to implement these things. Well, cherry cloud. Let's use a gentle brush to kind of ease that out. Okay, I think I'm going to get a little bit of the kind of sunlight gold color going on. Maybe I'll do it on the top layer here. And again, I want it to be like an internal glow in here. So let's do a layer on top of this in case I hate it. Again, it's one of those things where it might look really good in this exact kind of view, but like depending on where it's displayed, maybe it doesn't interact with the background correctly. So I just need to design with that understanding. Actually, I'm going to put it behind everything so that I can kind of like backlight things that could use it. Not quite right. Also not quite right. Gonna put it on top of this after all. Just have the most control up at this layer. Okay, so if I throw this onto a darker background, I need to make sure that it's not gonna get really bad looking, right? So we got like some kind of crunchy edges with that, so I can clean those up. Let's lock this so I stop selecting it, please. All right, just checking hurt team messages. Cool, cool, cool. All caught up. All right. Yeah, the glow is pretty on a darker background, right? I do love me a subtle glow. It's good stuff. Okay, where is that coming from? Not that, not that. This one, isn't it? No? Where is that? I got a sneaky layer somewhere. Wait, did I paint it direct? Oh, I did paint it directly on here somehow. Interesting. No? Nope, it's not that. I should be able to select it. I am a little stumped. Okay, is it in this folder? No. Oh, I get it. I figured it out. It's the sketch. I was like, why can't I select it? And I have the sketch as a draft layer, so it's unselectable intentionally. That's what I want. Well, I got myself pretty good there. Okay, let's bring the hull back. There we go. All right, that's better. I was like, even if there's just a hint of a pixel there, I should usually be able to select it, right? So I was like, why am I not selecting it? Like, Clip Studio is really trying my nerves today. It's being as fussy as I've ever seen it. But that one was on me. That was me. Okay, so I'm just going to soften these edges even more, just kind of making it really just an actual kind of gas that's kind of billowing out. And then I like the idea of this kind of glow and gas kind of pouring out of this grate here. So it's like releasing this atmospherium and kind of riding it, maybe. That looks pretty neat. Okay. Not terrible. All right, bring the sketch back because there's still lots of details we have not worked into it yet. Can drop the background down, bring it into the skyport. Again, skyport, I love you. You're a gorgeous looking illustration. You get a little busy at times. Let's see if I can blow this up so that it's kind of more fitting. So I think we kind of have it like around here, something like that in the port itself. So it's going to be like I need to do things to make it read better on a background like that. Let's see, last hunt, and I'll return to exactly where that is. Okay, yeah, so we have a slightly different version of this file. It's being tweaked from the one I have here. Apparently this is an old asset. Let's see if I can change it for a more updated one. This one looks like the more updated one, actually. Where is it? There it is. Okay, let's zoom in a lot, I guess. Okay, so we're something like this. Maybe not that zoomed in. Again, this does not seem like the most up-to-date version of this file, but it's good enough. Okay, so it's something like that. The the hull looks like a ski slope with trees and chairlift poles currently. It kind of does, yeah. I'm seeing it now. Totally intentional, yes. Okay. All right, let's make that look more Aurora Spice. All right, sketch. You need to become unselectable again. Thank you very much. Okay, and okay, less snow hills. Now I want if I turn off the balloon, basically just need to be able to see a little bit of what I'm doing here. Get the aurora kind of atmospheric ionization happening. Okay. Do a layer on top of that. Yeah, actually, I want this all to be happening. Aurora particles. I want it to be happening above the kind of truss layers. So we can go like all the way to, oops. Didn't mean to grab that layer, whatever that was. That one. These two I'll keep. You go back. Okay, I want it to go above the truss layers here. Bring it right up to the top. Because I do want some of this kind of pretty glow to be happening in front of them. Okay. Okay, now we can bring the balloon back. Try it on different backdrops. Maybe I'll get a little more glow behind it to kind of make those sharp brights a little more softened, but still punchy. It's maybe a bit much. So if I go here with a occlusion brush, and we go with kind of more of this kind of hazy purple, just kind of connect it a little bit more. That might be all right. Maybe. Might need to knock the whole thing back a bit, honestly. That seems fine. We'll go with it. Because I think when I add in lighting and stuff, that's going to maybe balance out a bit. We'll see. Is the Aurora cheese best for the captain? I think it's a little bit interesting. I believe the Aurora cheese is really best at kind of helping you gain intel. That's kind of like one of the primary things, but I do believe it. I might be mistaken. I need to remember the last state. Oh, I gotta arm my cheese. And start that shipment. Let's go. I think it does give you advantage, but I do think that you should get her. Well, okay, let's see. So the Aurora cheese, I believe, brings around like the captains, right? So yes, I would imagine it's the best to getting her. Yeah. Because yeah, it's still kind of mouse based, right? Changing your cheese changes the mice that you find. Um, it's like you can kind of use the Aurora in whatever kind of like situation to get the mouse that's going to give you the best intel, right? So yeah, Aurora for the captain is not a bad thing. Still 39. Not bad. Yes, I'm quite quite sure you'll want to keep that Aurora going. Ask you after the tournament. But yes, Aurora is how you get the captain. And hopefully I'm not lying to you. What zone is the raid happening at for you? Yeah, no, I know. The rewards for tournaments on the lower reward tracks are not worth it uh, too much. Yeah, like that's kind of one of the things about tournaments that I've always been a little like meh about is like you have to place to kind of get anything good, and I don't know. I feel like we could give better participation rewards, honestly, just to get more people doing them. But also, the system is not great right now. It's something that we want to overhaul. We have for like a decade. However, with the base structures and stuff, it's such a big job to do that we're kind of like, well, we're upgrading the engine. So it's kind of when the engine is upgraded, that's when we want to actually address fixing them and making them better. So it's not a right away thing, that's for sure. But they work. They're just not the greatest. But yeah, like I think, you know, even like for just getting in the top half, it's kind of like, I don't know, you could do better than that. I mean, it's not terrible, but like, because it's not necessarily hard to just sign up to a tournament and then like get the top 50%. But technically, half the people trying don't get anything, right? So I don't know. I guess we just don't want botters doing things, but it's kind of a case of like I think that what you get as a participant for the top 50 is almost what you could get for just signing up for one. It's not like a huge crazy reward. Don't give any tokens or badge. Not that people are, you know, crying for them. But like you can only sign up to so many tournaments. They happen at rates. Sometimes you don't want to go where they're at, but right now it's a good one. But I guess we do want people trying. You don't just kind of sign up and do absolutely nothing. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of feel like uh, treasure chests are kind of, or treasure maps are like a better version of kind of community hunting. Um, but those you don't get like the competition side of things like we have right now. It's kind of fun to, see who's where on the board. Speaking of which, are you still exactly ahead of us? Oh, where did you go? Ah, you're two ahead of us. How dare. Uh-oh. Oh yeah, that's interesting actually. So, I guess going into a raid can be a little bit counter because the additional encounters uh, aren't tournament points. However, captain's worth 100. So if you get a bunch of her back to back, that's gonna skyrocket. So it's kind of like an interesting balance that happens with that. Mind you, the ones I'm getting are worth like 20 right now, so it's probably still favorable to be in the raid. Uh, hmm. Interesting. Okay. So let's see. What else do I want to do? I could add more layers to the sails. Can I build that up? Yeah. Right now, I'm kind of just using one pretty basic color set, but I think we do want to vary them more. Get like a gradient of color happening on the metal, and then actually for these, I think I want to go lighter for figuring this out. So let's lock that, grab that, and fill. Okay. Same with the hull. I think I want to make the hull this color to start. And then these colors for the patches, just to kind of make it easier. Let's use curved brush for this. Get that nice dent in there. Okay, this. What I'll try is using a curved eraser here. Not quite right. Okay, so if I do this, kind of need to be in two parts. Actually, okay, what I need to do is something that is like, I could do this, it'd make it better, but I'd be weird and not use that tool. Okay, I'm going to use symmetrical ruler here. And let's figure out where the middle is. Pretty close. now, if I use my curve line, go to the middle here, curve it. Does that not enable snapping? That's why. Okay, so let's undo that. Try that again. Okay, cool, that's working. All right, so first I'm gonna fill this back in. Now, I'm gonna do what I said I was gonna do. All right, start down here, move in, get a nice smooth ellipse. Okay, now I'll turn off the symmetrical ruler. Now I am curious if I've kind of exposed where a bunch of sails are gonna have their kind of like attachment lines just kind of stop awkwardly right there. I don't think so, but it could be the case. So hopefully not. All right, I'll do a layer behind this. This one's gonna be a nice dark one as the inside of these. Okay, and then above that, we can put like dome of the canister. There we go. In fact, I could just do, whoop, try that again. There. Decent. it is warm in my apartment right now. Very warm. Custom submarine skin for the sunken city when? That's a fun idea. I never even really thought of doing that. Interesting. Also, with the cloud internal glow like this, it looks like the hull is on fire and breaking apart. Unintentional cool ship. I think I'm gonna ease up on that because it does look a little bit much. Soften it all quite a bit. Well, we have like the atmosphere like billowing out of the hull of the ship, and then it's on the balloon itself. So I'm kind of wondering if we just continue that and add it into the sails somehow, just to tie it all together with that. But then again, not sure that I want that. Maybe there's kind of like other elements, like we got the stones on the hull, so maybe stones in the sails, and then like everything kind of has things that kind of tie them to one other part. Yeah, we don't really got the chrome going on this either. I think there could be a bit of that if we want. Okay, first of all, let's actually kind of do a little bit of a paint job on the hull or the balloon, just to kind of get it a little more to the finish line. All right, everything can use a little bit of a gradient. So still doing the classic underlighting, or not underlighting, like regular skylight happening, because again, this is something that shows up on the floating island as well, but I'm going to give it like dramatic underlighting to kind of like make it work in both areas and stand out even better than usual, which is definitely a good thing. All right, clipping layer, let's do something like that. And then we'll get these hotkeys. Please, computer. Okay, let's use good old curve brush. Is it perfect? Nope. Let's go a bit thinner, actually. I'm getting really pinched curves. Like I need two bezel kind of points to grab to really make this curve work effectively. But as a kind of quickly getting it where I want it as a general look, it's not bad. Yeah, like that curve is too tight. Like what I would do would be more like that. Or like a proper vector line tool might have like the controls to let you kind of create a wider arc. But since I have that now, I can come in and just kind of make adjustments to it. Gives me like a good starting point at least. Like I want it to feel like it wraps around the tube anyways. That's a lot harder to do with a vector. Okay. Curves. Good old curves. All right. I like how I ended up kind of just hand painting them anyways. I guess it helped to kind of set a rough idea of where they were first. So that's fine. Okay. I suppose I could do, since I'm starting to kind of run low on steam, we're coming up on 4 o'clock, so it's been a bit of a long one already, and there's still more to do. So I'm not going to try and push it and get it all done today. It's probably good to be able to see it with fresh eyes. But that said, I would like to kind of hide some initials in here. Since there was quite a bit of chat involvement, it's nice to kind of give you that. So who we got in the chat? Fire off some initials and let's see if we can hide some names in this piece. Okay, I'm gonna give that a save. It's been a while. Ooh, boy. Oh, we can add some rust and stuff. Again, it's kind of like that's getting closer to finishing details, and I'm still a little bit in the kind of range of balancing things. Um, I want your MF initials on this. MF dirigible. Yeah, okay. We can do something different though. Got a Cupid. Cupid LSU. Maybe we do like a cute little Cupid heart. A little graffiti. Ooh. 3 out of 3 crap. Crapton. Captain Crook. Loving it. Yes, it definitely helps to use that cheese. What? Me making sure that you only encounter floating island mice, Dallas? I would never, never do that to you. What we got? Ooh, rank 37. All right, let's go. Yeah, I'm getting kind of drained, so probably wrap up pretty soon. Just got to keep this page open, honestly. Uh-oh. One ahead, my goodness. Got 110 points on you right now. That's more than a Captain Crook. Okay. All right, Gao. Let's emblazon your loss on here. I'm sure you will pull ahead in no time. Not gowing down without a fight. I feel like Gao is becoming like Acme brand on things. Okay. Now, if I do this, can kind of like, I think what I can do is maybe make the Gao kind of match some of the uh, like industrial kind of look, make it look like it's a little bit of kind of almost machinery. I think CBS needs to be on this like patch that's saving this ship. Let's see. Or in the treasure. That might be good too. That's pretty well hidden. All right, that works. Low quality supplier with surprisingly fast shipping. That's good. All right. Let's see. I think I'll leave it there, and I'll probably make it a little more blended in. Um, or do we put it right inside the dent? It's exactly where the cannonball hit and struck. That could be kind of fun. Okay, that's kind of fun. Girl. Yeah, have it a bit more distorted. That's a good idea. Mesh transform. Oh, that's definitely not how I want that. Let's do that. Crumpled Gao. It's maybe a little bit hard to read, but I mean, that is kind of the trick. Yeah, exactly. That's the point. Jessica, would you like to have a little egg on here as well? Ow. Exactly. JDA. All right. All right. Let's see. Let's see. No problem. I know I've like labeled the pipes with it before. Like that's it. Kind of looks pretty good. So let's do that. Making it kind of look like it's being stamped with the kind of pressure details, that kind of idea. Da, 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 da. Let's get up onto the correct layer. Wherever that may be. Up here, there we go. I need to make that wrap a little bit better. Okay, so I could try using the liquify brush. Oop. That's a little not great. This is JDA approved. There we go. I think that feels a little bit more hidden in plain sight. Anybody else before I wrap the stream? Get like an arrow on here. Herbs in crisis. Okay, what are we putting on? Hick. Let's see, let's see. Is the CBS even visible? We got CBS. I'd say that's pretty visible if you know where to look. I mean, zoomed out, it's a little less visible. But I mean, that's kind of true for all of them. Like JDA, you can't even, it looks like a blur. Like at size in game, you're not going to be able to read them. Right? That's kind of the reality, is that I make them pretty obscure. High C, okay. How do I want to put high C on here? Yeah, exactly. Grabbing a screen of it is kind of nice. So you can kind of like actually remember, okay, that's how it was implemented. All right, let's see, let's see, let's see. High C. The high Cerulean Heights. I wonder. So these are gonna get uh, the kind of like gold banding, the veins and stuff in them, right? Like that kind of treatment. I wonder if I can like get high C on here somehow. Get an H. Yeah, I think that can work. Nice. That was actually one of the most visible. But I would say that's a good example of hiding in plain sight, right? Where if it looks like it's supposed to be there, then you probably won't notice that it says something. So, anyways, okay. Last chance. Last chance. Get in on this. And then I'm going to wrap up stream because I need to stretch and move around. I'm feeling very stiff. But I don't know. I'm pretty happy with where we've gotten to with this. It's a pretty cool design. Let's take a look again on different backdrops. There's definitely lots of adjustments that I'm going to want to do to this. However, I'm pretty pleased. I think it's when it's going to be like finished, you know, the rendering of it with all the lighting paths and kind of rim lighting and stuff, it's really gonna take it to another level. EB. All right. I think we can do an EB in the same style as high C. Ooh. All right, we got a new one. Vapor. All right, let's get, whoops. Grab that. Try to get oh, okay. Message retracted. Well, let's get vapor in though. Can I give you a constellation? Oh yeah, Dallas. I'll as soon as the tournament's over. Don't worry. Don't worry. I definitely have full control over that. Definitely. How much Aurora Boccaccini you got? Yeah, it's true. It takes a lot of effort sending it to another hunter's trap. Oh yeah, actually, I want to get the dent in here real quick while I'm still. Hotkey. Oh wait, I don't want symmetrical ruler anymore. Let's get rid of that. That's a good amount. All right. Not a terrible supply. Okay. Also, I like the idea of getting these kind of slashes in here. Kaboom. Oh my gosh. This hockey scenario is not very fun. Okay. I'll deal with that in a bit. All right. Let's see. Can I get vapor? This might not work. Or it might be too obvious. I think that can get away with it. Just have to add a few more extra kind of glowy ones in different spots to kind of make it feel a little more balanced. But welcome to the game, Vapor. Or at least getting your tag in MouseHunt. There we go. Vapor. Nice. Okay. So, I think I'm going to call it there. Oh, all right. Yeah, no, welcome. I'm glad to have you be a part of the creation. That's what I love to do. Okay, so we're gonna save and let's actually watch the time lapse of today's work, and I will sign off from there. Bum 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 bum. Let's set that to all, and we can just enjoy the process. Nice try, Max Ross. I think you might have the high score for initials on things at this point. Getting close. Yeah, so that dome on top, I'm going to make it kind of the atmospherium kind of looking glass thing. Which never kind of got around to detailing that. Yeah, it used to be like earlier streams. I did it nearly every stream. It's been hit and miss more recently. I don't always remember to kind of like try and get them in, or the piece just kind of wouldn't work for it, stuff like that. But something like this is pretty perfect for it, especially since it's like this kind of rickety cobbled, a whole bunch of different bits and bobs where it's really easy to kind of like hide things like that. But I think if I try hard enough, I can usually find a way to hide it. It's just some days I'm kind of like, no, I gotta get a motor on this, and all right. This one came along pretty well today, nice and fast. Definitely still have a lot to do on it. It's kind of like halfway, where it's pretty good, but like I can take it a lot further. I know I can, and I'm excited to do that. But streaming is kind of taxing thing, so especially when your hotkeys on your keyboard are not working how you need them to. It's like I don't know, having like whatever you do a lot at work and suddenly someone swapped out a tool of yours for a different one that is almost the exact same but works slightly differently would be not the most fun. Um, Wonder if there could also be a second clean skin with star fabric, cerulean chrome, chrome dust, the kind of ship Crook would fly, but without the pirate stuff. That could be pretty cool. Like the Hunter's kind of counter to Captain Crook, but like not full chrome, but like a, a blinged up, chromed up vessel like that. But like, yeah, I like the idea of it being like basically Captain Crook's kind of ship, but not pirated up. Okay, well, that's going to do it for me today. Thank you all so very, very much for hanging out. I had a blast, and I really, really appreciated all the input and kind of like just back and forth. Obviously, there's still a lot to do on this piece, but I hope you all enjoyed it and are looking forward to earning it, however that happens, whenever that happens. But until then, or until I see you next, probably in 2 weeks, uh, I hope you take care of yourselves, take care of each other. Happy hunting, everyone, and I will catch you later. Have a good weekend. Yeah. And have fun hunting in the skies at the Cerulean Skyport. Okay, I shall see you next time. Thank you so much, everyone. Larry link. I'll post that again just in case anyone missed that. Real quick, where are you? Copy link. Paste as plain text. Why is that an option? Okay, I'll just paste it. It should work. Okay, bye, everyone. Take care. Catch you later. Bye bye.